Merry Christmas.
Come on, come on, okay.
Oh!
No.
Mercy, leave me be.
Sometimes things get complicated. 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 Sometimes.
My hood. That was weird. We don't take that off anymore. Yo, what's up? What is good? It's Friday, my dudes. Wait, take it off again? Hold on. Oh, that's not it. No, that's not it right there. Oh, nope, that's not. We have to shut the stream down. Our lawyers need to talk to us. About what? Nice hair, man. Dude, thank you, man. Hides it again. Dude, thanks, man. Yeah, I have hair. Sometimes. Well, apparently the McDonald's thing. Oh, the ting, the McDonald's thing. That's fine. Listen. It's not very well. Dude, just tell Jeremy. Dude, Jeremy will handle it. Yeah, I migrated over all of the settings from the Mix It Up program from the laptop back onto the PC. So if you see a different number of gifts that you acquired, it might have fixed itself. Snowblade is indeed no longer in the 600s. He's at 342. Also, I merged together the what? I merged together the lists and added some new stuff. So we should have more options now because it was starting to repeat with the 2026 list. So hey, look at the 105 stream streak, man. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Goddamn, long streak. What do you think about the Black Flag whatever it is called? I didn't even hear about it because I hate Ubisoft. What did they do? Resynced edition. That's funny. Do they remake Assassin's Creed 1, 2, 3, maybe Revelations? Didn't do that. Yeah. So basically they said, you know, our good games, we're not gonna work on those. No, we're just gonna do. What is this? They have a whole pack thing? Collector's edition. Are we for real? Updated graphics. New story content. Wow. I mean, I will say the game looks good. Graphically, that looks spectacular. But I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off. Yeah. Look, I'm team Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and Revelations were the best. And I am team anything after that is no longer Assassin's Creed to me. I don't know. Oh, and Brotherhood, right. Brotherhood, duh. Brotherhood's my favorite. Right, and Brotherhood. Brotherhood's the best Assassin's Creed game, in my opinion. It's my favorite too. Yes, Brotherhood is the best Assassin's Creed game. And Black Flag is the best video game that isn't Assassin's Creed, but is named Assassin's Creed. So I can understand why they're remaking it, but I feel like they couldn't just go and maybe they're doing like a full. Nah, I'm just coping. I only ever finished 1, 2, Brotherhood, and Revelations. I finished 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, Black Flag. What is it? Liberation, the one in the UK. I wanted to play Shadows, but everyone was like, if you play Shadows on stream, we're canceling you. Oh, Syndicate. Hey, Ghostman, hello. Non-green. Oh, thank God, right? Jeez, imagine being green. What's up, Ireland? Yo, what's up, Ireland? What's up, Rose? Why are they remaking Assassin's Creed? They just like to do that. They like to remake games. I mean, look, the Black Flag remake looks great for what it is. But, you know, there are better games in the Assassin's Creed franchise. Hot take. Basically, anything that's the Ezio and the Altair story. I think those are the best. What's up, Bells? Welcome in. My PC couldn't handle Unity when it came out. I don't even remember. I don't remember, but I think generally most of the Assassin's Creed games ran pretty well for me. I didn't play Odyssey. Look, I'm a stealth gamer. My video games of choice, usually in preference, have some sort of stealth mechanic. And in all honesty, every Assassin's Creed after 3 was lacking proper stealth mechanics, in my opinion. They brought it back for Syndicate, but only as the one character, the girl. That's it. Okay? So if you played the dude, you were just doing fighting, that's it. There was no stealth. Apparently Shadows, there's stealth with the female character again. But you still get into fights a lot. Like, there are just scripted moments where you get into big combat sequences and no stealth. And I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like it. AC 1, 2, and Brotherhood would have been better for full-on remakes. But Black Flag is one of my faves, so I don't mind too much. I just got mixed feelings about the remake so far. Oh, really? It looks good graphically. What are the problems? None of the recent Assassin's Creed games has even remotely seemed appealing to me. Yeah, me neither, because it's just I need the stealth. I need it. So much connection with Desmond and Ezio and Altair. Also that, you know, I liked Connor. I liked Connor in 3, and I liked Connor in Black Flag. And I think Black Flag is the best Assassin's Creed game that isn't an assassin game. As far as the franchise goes, I think it is the best. But I don't think you will ever beat. Connor was in Black Flag. Isn't the name of, what's the name of, oh, Edward, what is the name of the main character? I don't remember. Oh, Kenway, right. Yes. Edward Kenway, yeah. His son is the father of Connor. That's what I thought. It was like, there was some like correlation to Connor there. I couldn't remember what. Did you know that on this day in 1990, the Space Shuttle Discovery takes off, carrying the Hubble Space Telescope, which is launched the next day, expected to remain in operation for 15 years. It still sends back data more than 30 years later. And you love to see it. That's a good one right there. It's a good fun fact. I like space. That Templar scum. The Templars did nothing wrong except everything. Oh, dude. That's the other thing. I liked the route they were taking by making you the character, you know, in was it Abstergo? Whatever it was. When you became the character, but it was first person, so I didn't even feel that immersed for some reason. Maybe if they were like Abstergo and yeah. No more Desmond. Fine. You end his story, that's okay. But just give us another interesting character, in my opinion, you know? At least in that part of the story, in the game. Or just remove it entirely. And just put us in the assassin world, and that's it. It wouldn't make a lot of sense, but... I found that are in the order of the Templars, so it's hilarious in a weird way. That's crazy! Abstergo Industries. That doesn't exist anymore, man. Hey. Kinda does. Combo-wise and the ship upgrades look super fun, though. It's not that many. I haven't looked into it too much yet, but there are some of the cutscenes where it gives an entirely different vibe because they changed the lighting, it seems. Oh. It looked like they kind of bloomified the game. They were like, here are our super high resolution textures and our upgrade, and it's just bloom. Who added this? What is this? Yeah. I know it was Chewy. What is this emote, dude? Oh my lantum. It had to be Chewy. I mean, there are only 3 people that could do it. Me, Chewy, or Ty. They both just shadow drop emotes on 7 TV at the most random hours. And I wake up and I see them at it. I'm like, what? What is going on here? Dude, there's a new video. Well, new-ish. Like 10 months old. Of deadmau5 showing off his like his, you know, his build, his setup, his little studio. But then like it's an hour and 20 minutes long or something, and he shows the outer areas of the studio, like the storage room. You know, I don't feel so bad about myself anymore. He has like so many old synths. I'm talking like the 70s and 60s and 80s, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, that's crazy. So when people like tell me, it's like, dude, you're hoarding so many keyboards and mice and all this like old tech, I'm like, dude, let me have a hobby, let me enjoy some stuff. The kids, the kids, yeah, my niece and nephew were over last weekend, and they my room is a hazard for kids, all right? This is not an environment for youngins to walk around and like touch stuff. It is bad. No. Bad. But they entered my room And of course, the first thing they noticed was one of the keyboards. So they grabbed the keyboard, and the kid's like, hey, look at this. I'm going to jump over it. I'm like, please don't do that. And then they jumped onto the keyboard. I'm glad it was already a broken keyboard. I'm so glad it was already broken. I think I would have flipped out. It's crazy. Kids are something else, man. Yeah, they really are. They really are. My tech, man. I want to get into like custom building keyboards, but you know, you need like a soldering kit and you need like lubricant and it might get all over you. And then like, you gotta like do all the programming for it. And I'm just like, this is a lot for me to just have a functioning keyboard. But it sounds like such a fun thing to get into in general that I might do it one day. Just for fun. A little hobby. But it's like, you need so much for... I mean, you don't need to lubricate it, but if you don't, it might not feel as good to, like, tap the keys. It'd be fun, though. You know, I don't know, I'm just bored of building computers. I need something else. I need something more than just, oh yeah, my friend needs their computer built. Or, oh yeah, this friend needs help with putting their GPU in. I've been doing that for 20 years. I need something else. Let me build a keyboard. I took apart one of my hard drives the other day. It was broken already, so I just took it apart and I just started looking at the circuitry. It's pretty cool. Starting to feel more like a tech guy for once. But yeah, this place is very hazardous for the youngins. It's just, there's too much in here. I have workout equipment, and they're like picking it up, like, oh, this is pretty heavy. I'm like, if you drop this on your foot, it's your fault. I'm not taking the blame. Uncle Aiko is, no. Uncle Aiko's not dealing with it. What's happening here? What is this? Hello? The voices. You hear this? You totally hear that. We hear it? Why do you hear it? Did I lose this again? Huh? That's my mute thing. You're not supposed to hear it. Not that it matters if you do or don't, but you're not supposed to hear it. This? Okay, well now I just muted all of my audio. That's good to know that I can do that with that. Why do you hear it? Oh man, this is what happens when you live in a world of software and hardware is like becoming irrelevant. Huh? Huh? It's going through my browser source. But I don't have... This just says Watervox. Oh. Oh. I think I know. Do I need to create a new channel specifically for this? Stream Deck audio mute. Okay, I don't hear it, but... No, I hear it now. But you don't. And that's what's important. Sweet. I can't hear it. Why? It's at 20%. What? It's at 45%. Okay, good. Cool. Anyways, man, Friday. How you guys feeling? You feeling good? Excited for the weekend? Gonna do anything crazy? I'm gonna do some crazy stuff. Yep. I'm gonna do pre-calculus work. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be so cool. Another weekend that is really needed to recharge batteries. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I feel like April is one of the most exhausting months. January and April. They're just like December, January, April. These are like the three most exhausting months because there's just so much going on. The sun is outside and it hates me. What's wrong with the sun? What does it hate you? Are you that pale? Or is it just that hot? I wonder, does this work still? What? That's not bad at all. He's from the UK, pale, blue-eyed, freckles, ginger. I'm built to burn. I see. Okay. Right. Yeah, that's right. Ireland, forgot. The land of the pale, the land of the blue. That is fair. Yeah. Yeah, you would set on fire instantaneously. I can see that. That sucks. Check this out right here. Wait. I always misspell this. It's gonna be typoed. I'm gonna be so sad. Surely this is right. Whoa! Wait, it's so good in Denmark right now. That's awesome. I want to go to Copenhagen. Yeah, it's a whopping 18.3 degrees. It's too hot right now. We have really nice weather right now. I'm jealous. Ghost pays attention to me. No way. Death Valley Junction. Whoa. 20 degrees. Oh my god. Hell no. That's the wrong Krakow. It's the wrong one. I mean, oh. Shuvi, you're gonna get banned one day. From the west, 7 miles per hour. Closed umbrella. Ha. Yo, what's the capital of Thailand? Bangkok. What, 30 degrees? Wait a second. What is going on here? Damn, 35.5. It's 75% cloudy, 79% humidity. I would die. Thailand is literally soup. It's crazy. Thank goodness that I don't Bangkok. That is too hot. Hey, people would probably agree with that one. Burma, Jordan. Jordan. Dude, ice water soup. Not even ice water soup. It's all gone. You guys got some pretty good weather over there. It's pure torture over here. 18 degrees. On the centigrade scale. I'm bringing back centigrade. It's gonna be me. I'm gonna bring back centigrade. And I think it's gonna be awesome. Centigrade. So much cooler than Celsius. What? It's the same thing. It's just they stopped calling it centigrade and they call it Celsius, and Celsius is boring. What song do I want to listen to? Yeah, I don't think that place is real, man. Sorry. It is real. I know. I know the weather broadcaster who said the name perfectly. Mods, he's spamming. Ban him. True. John Celsius spinning in his grave right now. Yeah, well, John Centigrade is mad that John Celsius changed the name. Okay. Hey, first of all, Irish Bogan, thank you for the 25 stream streak. I missed that. Big clappy for you. Juice of Sour with the 3 stream streak. Thank you, man. Clappies to you as well. Thank you guys for the stream streaks. Look at that. Crazy. Guys are streaking in chat. Sometimes even 100 days in a row. Sometimes even 2 billion days in a row. Oh no, New Zealand's dead. Womp womp. Oh, they got my boy top. Big rip. Weather, the Shire. Oh my god, the Shire in Ethiopia is at 13 degrees centigrade. Oh my goodness. Crazy. Wow, crazy. Mount Doom, Pakistan is at 30.4 degrees Celsius. Doom? It's like the latest meme that I know of from Hololive. My Hololive, like, news is very, dependent on people DMing me about it, or I see it randomly, but I don't go on Twitter anymore because it makes me sad. So, a lot of my news is very late. They're Tomodachiing currently. Yeah, a lot of people are for sure Tomodachiing. It looks like a really fun game. My problem with Tomodachi is I would play it for a week and then I'd probably get bored. The thing about like Animal Crossing when it came out is it was peak COVID and everyone was stuck at home. So it was such a great thing to just have. And we played every day for like, what, 2 months? Maybe more? Like, the Animal Crossing phase was so extensive. It was so long. It was cool. No, my knowledge currently on Hololive is Fuwawa's finally back from her surgery. The Doom meme, which is a couple months old now. Suisei opened her own company. It is still like a branch of Hololive, basically, like affiliated, but she has her own company now. Is that it? I think that's it. Cry's an essential employee. Everyone else had a fun stay-at-home arc, but me. I wouldn't call it fun. I think I am like still recovering from those 3 years. I mean, like, fun in a certain sense, but like, you know, I feel like 2020 to like 2023, there's a big that's 3 years. Wait, yeah, just about something like that. 4 years, I don't know. So, it might have been a little bit longer, but so much time is lost, dude. I mean, I shouldn't complain because it's my 20s, and people in like high school, they really lost some real experiences out there, you know? But damn. Yo, Trog with a 65 stream streak. That's one of my news networks right there for Hololive related things and VTuber in general. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. VTuber stuff is just drama now. And I make fun of it, and then I laugh, and then it becomes a serious problem, and then I avoid it like the plague. That's kind of where I've gotten with, like, indie VTubers. Nothing happening, they're just doing sponsor streams and trying to make Hytale popular. And playing Tomodachi, hello. You need goers having to pay thousands while old people figuring out how Zoom worked. Yeah. I stay away from the drama, I just ignore it. I mean, it's funny sometimes when it starts. I think the Sykkuno stuff is hilarious. Hilarious. Poor Juvi has a Hololive Oshi. Does he? I think his Oshi's long gone. I think Juvi's Hololive Oshi has been gone for a very long time. Then again, I guess you probably like, yeah, Coco's who I expected. Juvi's a big Coco fan. Yeah, true, they have Cece now. They just replaced 2 letters. Well, listen. It's okay, Juvi. I don't have an Oshi anymore either. Okay? I don't have a Hololive Oshi either anymore. It's long gone. The era is over. Supporting my fellow countrymen. Well, there's no Polish Hololive members, so. I like all of the EN members. Next EN Gen will have a Polish one, trust. Everyone's like saying it's gonna be Hololive Latina. And I'm like, are we sure about this? The Polish Oshi you wish to see in the world? Be the Polish Oshi you wish to see in this world. No. I'm okay, I think. I'm like that bum boomer VTuber who just talks about how everything used to be way better and cooler and the internet wasn't built for this. Only Aurora streams at reasonable times for me. I like Shiori these days. I do like Shiori. JP, I like Subaru. Subaru's cool. I love Kayla. That's as close to the next Oshi as we can probably get. But she streams at like 5 in the morning my time. Sometimes she'll stream at 6 p.m. my time, and usually it's at like 5 in the morning. And I'm like, all right, Indonesia hours, I guess. It's cooked. But I like Kayla. The only 2 Hololive merch items I have are my Mume plush and my Shiori plush, which are right above me. I like Shiori. Like I said, sometimes I am wrong, and it's okay to accept that. And, I wasn't a big fan of Shiori initially. And now, I think she's dope. Good VTuber. Good taste in video games. And she renovated her entire house. I think I mentioned this before. She basically renovated her entire house to be Victorian themed. And that's awesome. You said you didn't like her voice at the start, right? Yeah, because it's just a very common thing where, I don't know, a lot of VTubers put on a voice to start, like a higher pitched, like younger sounding one. And after a while, they realize that that doesn't always work. I think Shiori sounds different. Look at how Suisei sounded when she like first debuted and now. Try to watch Shiori, but all she does is raid Hollow Stars. I don't want to wake up to men. I don't have raids enabled, so when she ends her stream, not that I watch them that often, but when she ends her stream, it's just the offline screen. Good old Snuffy. Good old most VTubers, whether male or female, or non-binary. It's a very common thing to have some sort of forced voice going on. Hey, I did too. For a little bit. I mean, it wasn't exactly as forced, but I was definitely playing more of a character in the VR chat era. And now I'm old, and I'm retired, and you know, all we do is play Voices of the Void, sometimes Lethal Company, you know, and yeah. And some people just evolve. Some people just evolve. The Leaf of today, you wouldn't even believe is the same Leaf of like 2017. You wouldn't believe it. Wait, Leaf isn't British, it's just a voice. Yeah, it's true. It is true. Leaf is not British. Can confirm. Leaf is actually Jamaican. And one day she will go, Wagwan mi man. And you guys are gonna be like, Aika was right. I knew it. Exactly. Can't believe you put the British accent on for so long. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah. It was very convincing, right? You think you know a person. Seriously. For real. Unbelievable. What's up, Shia Kwan? Dude, Shia Kwan, people are finally pulling, like, award. Look at this. See? I think someone got minus HP today. It's not because I combined 4 lists that I had into one. We have about 2,000 lines of rewards now. So if you start seeing, like, major repeats, that is your fault now, not mine. Someone finally died. Yeah. Me, but on the inside. What is that? Chromia. I haven't seen Chromia in a long time. Is she still a cat? Yeah. There's a full, like, crew of cats now. Like an actual content creating group. I think it's Totless, Radiant, Chromia, Chris? Is it Chrisuna or something like that? Just naked most of the time. What? Probably on the blue side, I assume, right? Yeah, Chrisuna. Yeah. The new wave of cat girls. Back in my day, we had Oathmeal. Didn't expect that? Dude, it's 2026, all right? It's fine. No, just look at their clips. It's just farming. It's okay. Listen, make that paper, you know? If it works, it works. Who am I to judge? Make that paper. Unfortunately, as a VTuber, at least more like probably more female VTuber than male, you need some fan service to grow the channel. Unfortunately, just kind of how it is. For indie VTubers, we all got to play the game a little. Yeah. I don't like that. Well, that's how content creation goes these days. That is how it goes. Gotta do a little bit of fan service. I'm gonna voice the void. My favorite VTuber for fan service is Kumi because it is insane. She's out of her mind, bro. Like, Kumi's great. Good. That is a good example of like doing it the right way. I don't watch Kumi. Her clips are wild. She's crazy, dude. I can't. Just another example of like someone that I knew when they were just playing Breath of the Wild, like like randomly at like 7 p.m. and it was just, you know, like a chill, quiet stream, and it's like, what? The evolution of this person is insane. How did this happen? This is crazy. They explain how if they're just chilling, chat slow, but when they're suddenly less closed, the chat moves faster for some reason. That it's just how it works. It's just how it works. What's up, Nor Princess? Can you do a little fan service? No. That's why we're not a 200 viewer streamer. It's not the only reason, but... No. I don't follow trends. I play Voices of the Void. Get some help. See, like, Hololive, they don't need the fan service. Because... they got everything else going, you know? They got the talent shows, they got the concerts, they got so much stuff going on there. They don't need the fan service necessarily. I'm not saying every VTuber needs the fan service, but like the fastest way to like progress, in my opinion, is with some fan service. It's just like anime, you know? No, Iris needs to do the hip thing. No, stop. Leave her alone. Leave her alone. Just for the record, because everybody thinks that whenever I say this stuff, it's like, oh, Aiko's just a hater, you know? Make that paper. You know, I'm not like the VR chatters who quit streaming, like most of the VR chat male incels are like, oh, I can't grow my channel because I'm not using a female avatar. I'm not like showing my cooch like every minute. I don't care. Okay? You do you. If it works, it works. I don't know what broke into my facility just now, but we're sleeping. Yeah, I did see the Iris, like, she didn't know you can caps lock. Like, that's crazy. Boshi just doesn't care. Good. I don't think people should care so much. I think people really care too much about things that don't matter. You know what you should care about? View botting. That is a big problem, and people seem to just not care about that one. Care about that one. That one's actually killing this website, because once they shut down viewbotting, you know what's gonna happen? The numbers go down, the sponsors and the shareholders are like, we're seeing a huge dip in your platform, so we're no longer going to be supporting your platform, and you're gonna go broke, and then we're gonna shut down. Even though I'm kind of all for it at this point, you know? Just burn it all to the ground, but... Excuse me, what are you doing in my base? But if I view about half my average viewers and I still grow. Yeah, but it's such fake growth because most people, they do look for like streamers with more viewers because it's just easier to find them on the top of the page. But they're not going to stick around because what's the point when XQC has a chat moving so fast that your message will probably get lost in the first split second of it being posted. My chairs. I don't even watch large streamers. I watch Grimmy, who she's a larger streamer, I would say, but not talking like 100,000 viewers or whatever. She has like 3,000 on like a really good day or something like that. I don't know which viewbot has the highest gifted sub streak. I don't know if they can get them. Maybe they can. I'm not sure. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of people that I used to hang out around on VR chat that complained every waking day. You know, that they're jealous of like even their female partner, and they're pissed and they break up because of it, because she gets more views because she has a female avatar. I'm like, what do you, I don't know. What do you want me to say? You know, even if it is easier for female streamers to get a following and like more viewers, you got to think about what kind of viewers they tend to get. Because they're not great ones. Most of the time, they're not very good. And then you go to like a male VTuber and it's pretty chill viewers just chatting. Sometimes they might harass the streamer and be like, "Yo, can you do some fan service?" But you just say no, and then, you know, maybe you tell them to die or something, and it works out. I don't know what to do with this thing. It also hasn't calibrated and like camouflaged in a minute. Calibration. Just not worth it with how they get treated. Yeah. It is literally like, it fell on me. It hit me. I don't know if there's a clip of it, but yes, Juice and Sour. It literally fell from the sky and I got hit by it. It's a big Chicken Little reference. Being real is easier for views, followers is BS. I've come across plenty of female VTubers on here that stream for less than 10 people every time. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, the streaming sphere is still dominated by the dudes. There are more male streamers, and maybe like the male VTuber scene isn't as populated or popular, but in general, there are more successful male streamers. Welcome to prison, buddy. Do you also watch streamers for being good at games? I don't know. I don't think it's as popular anymore. The thing is, gaming on Twitch is kind of... like, it's still there. And obviously, if you combined, like, every gaming category by viewers, it will have more than just chatting in IRL, but... yeah, but you know why there are more female VTubers? Because it's so much easier to not get harassed for, like, being real at that point. At least I think that's the reason. More privacy, more safety. It just kind of makes sense. Kind of just makes sense, you know? Or they just want to play a character, which is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with playing a character. Some voice actors, dude, they play with like 5 different VTuber models. It's so cool to see sometimes. They're playing like Minecraft, but they have 3 different characters and they swap between them while playing Minecraft. And like, maybe one character doesn't want to hurt the animals, so she brings in another character. Even all of Hololive is just girls playing a character. I mean, dude, there's definitely some not characters. Some, like, I don't think Ina's necessarily playing a character, right? I think it's just her. It's just a low-key roleplay. I think it's for the best. That might be a hot take, I don't know. I think it's better for them to play a character than to be themselves. For the privacy, for the safety. And it kind of makes sense with their model, right? I used to be so against it. You know, you heard the argument way back when that pissed everyone off that I didn't like when they put on random, like, fake voices and stuff. Hey, we can all evolve and grow from our mistakes and opinions. Not that there's anything bad with being open and being yourself either, but the privacy is pretty good. And also, if people start finding out too much about you, it gets a little weird. Once again, especially for the female streamers. I feel a lot of Hololive girls are only partially being a character or play it fully at first, but then a lot of them just seem to be fully themselves. So yeah. I think they calm down after a while. It's good to be like, you know, introduce yourself in a very hype way. I totally get that. It just makes sense. Yesterday we did a bunch of like Easter egg hunt stuff, so today we're gonna be a little bit more focused on the signals. I want that TARDIS vent. As a character, you don't have to talk about the personal stuff that'll stop the parasocial. The thing about Hololive and like Corpo VTubers is people go out of their way to try to find their past lives. People are very obsessed with knowing the VTuber as much as possible. You know? Like, that's just... There we go. It's like curiosity killed the cat. Japanese fans claim they hear an ambulance in the background, try to find the district in Japan that sound to try to find their location. Yeah, I mean, that's the other problem. Hololive is just very idol culture, right? So it's kind of inevitable that there will be very obsessive people trying to find out and pinpoint their exact locations and who they are. It gets a little crazy. Gets a little quazy. So I don't know where Erie is. Just full disclosure, we made her to that room, and then we loaded up the game, and she has not reappeared since. I don't know. I haven't even the slightest of clues what to do to find her. She might be out there in the wilderness dying. There's not much I can do about that. She's not on the radar. And if she is, then she's probably underneath the map. I hear water running in background of Ico. They must be here. Insert area here. What's up, Johan? I think I've been pretty open about at least my general location, because I don't really care. Wow, that download, what the hell? That downloaded so quick. I mean, I just think if someone's psychotic enough to go to somewhere like New York to try to find one person, that is a little hilarious. You might die trying to do that. I'd say that's solely why I really love it here. And then on top of that, oh, this guy, he moved to Poland. You think we can pinpoint his exact location? No. Good luck. Plus, immigration is pretty strict in Poland. It is. It is very. Live the sweet life of Zach and Cody building. That'd be kind of sick. Crunchy waffle. Yeah, well, frozen waffle. Maybe not so crunchy. Okay, we're good at calibration. Let's do our CR check. Okay. Let's do our TR check. Okay. I think we should get some transformer upgrades. Try to stabilize them a bit. What's up, Ty? Ads are playing. Let's let those through. Only thing is, man, like with VTubers and streamers in general, it gets so exhausting. And you know, I've been in here since 2015 or so, maybe a little earlier, as far as like proper streaming. You get really tired of people being like, oh, my Oshi doesn't like your Oshi, so I don't like you anymore. Or, oh, you're a fan of this VTuber? Weird. So weird. Why would you be a fan of that VTuber? You get so tired of it, dude. You get so tired of it. Although, in other news, very exciting stuff, right? You might not know this streamer, but their name is iGumdrop. Her name is Jamie. She's like a friend of Offline TV. She's in the next Master Chef. That's awesome. That's crazy. That's the first streamer, I think, content creator that's on Master Chef. You all don't know is Aiko is living in a secret trash can that looks small outside, but it's a 3-story building inside. Holy! No, actually, I'm in a trash can, drifting off in space. Spoilers. Not those people. Seriously, I know. These people suck. My Kamiyoshi doesn't like raccoons, so they are my Kamiyoshi. No, it's funny, because when I said that my favorite animal is not a raccoon, people were like, what is wrong? What? What do you mean it's not a raccoon? What are you talking about? But you're a raccoon. I was like, I don't know how to make a koi fish into a VTuber. I'm not that creative. I'm just not. She's gonna meet Master Chief? Dude, yes! It's gonna be so awesome. I get tired of these remixes. I kind of just like Deadmau5 without getting remixed. It's just his OG stuff is so good. My Kamiyoshi is green. What do I do? Try to inflict yourself with like some sort of color blindness that changes the color green to like blue or yellow. How does that work? Color blindness that affects the color green. Red, green color. Oh no, you would lose red. Making it difficult to distinguish between the shades of red and green. What? Yeah, let me look that one up. Deuteranopia is a type of color blindness where individuals have difficulty distinguishing between red and green colors, often seeing them as similar or indistinguishable. Okay, but like, what do they see then? Oh, wow. Oh, it's just like a yellowish orange. And they can see blue. Wow. It just looks like autumn for them. Dude, that's crazy. Wow. Damn. Crazy how I have that word to hand for no particular reason. Are you, do you have color blindness, or do you actually have no particular reason? I was in a Discord call with one of my friends when they found out they have some sort of color blindness. I am the colorblind. That's crazy. How do you live with it? Wait, what color am I? Oh. Never mind. Well, is yours like super severe? Because I know there's levels of it. How bad is it? Now I'm just curious. It's just like, it's not cool inherently, it's just very interesting. You see the world completely differently from how I do. I think that's awesome. I mean, inconvenient for sure. So remember being in a raid and we legit having to ask Fausto if he was colorblind? I wasn't there for that, right? That was like a completely unrelated one. I don't think you were? Yeah, I didn't think so. We just have to occasionally point out how wrong we are. Yeah, Fausto is a good example of this when we have conversations. It was mostly something in like Final Fantasy 14. Where he would get like an outfit and put a dye on it, and he's like, look how nice this color is. It's so blue. And I'm like, yeah, that's blue. Yeah. For sure, bud. Couldn't be a pilot or a bomb disposal guy in Northern Ireland. You know how useful those skills are? I'm so sorry. It's like they took away all of your life goals and joy. And this is why you became an essential worker. They took everything from you. Ever cold, even flow. You know, every time I get back into Deadmau5, I'm reminded that at least a portion of my personality is definitely from him. Although he does complain a lot. I guess I do too. What? How did I do this last time? Yay. Surely scientists don't need to see color. We do. But, you know, like, maybe you have these crazy science goggles that help you perceive colors better, right? Right? Nope. Oh, that's unfortunate. Seeing the creator of Digital Circus go full shitpost mode is pissing off the fans has actually been funny as hell. I agree. My whole thing is that fandoms are super omega ultra cringe, you know? So when the creator just says, I don't even care anymore, and just pisses off the entire community, just trolls them, yes, dude. Yes. Continue. Make them all angry. I love it. I don't know, the internet maybe isn't built for trolling anymore like that. You get so cooked. You make one small, like, joke and suddenly your address is on twitter.com. Maybe it's just not the play. How do I know what I know is blue is the same as what you know is blue? Well, this is blue, right? It's like, no, Aiko, that's green. Uh-oh. Am I dead? Oh man. Uh-oh. It's going nuclear. What in the world? Wow, all the way to TR3? What if that was like my red, but I know it's blue to me, and you perceive my red as blue, so we both believe it's blue? Then we live in a simulation. I don't make Instagram video colorblind glasses money. Well, maybe it's time to start. Genuinely, I feel like the smartest people when it comes to TikTok and Instagram and all this are the people who work in that environment, like tech people and like cybersecurity, for example, and they post a lot of footage explaining like what they do in their field, their daily, like their daily routine, or like what they needed to land the job, or you know, your position of expertise. This is a lot of logs. I don't recall there being this many. Aya's jumbo genius. Maybe it's not as, like, popular because... Where am I? What? What is this? Is... I don't think I've ever seen that thing before. Oh. I mean, it's not a wisp. Whatever it is clearly attacking my power supply. How interesting. I've seen the latest one, at least I think it's them. It's like Goose... something. Something Goose. Goose something. Yeah, because the fandom was literally trying to... Oh, my explosive barrel's gone. Gooseworks, yeah, that's the one. The fandom's sending death threats because they didn't like something. What is going on here? Oh no. Okay, so we got... Yes! Huh? Here comes the sun. Back in my day, the most insane thing was when I got glasses, and the glasses were like... This is a new pair of glasses, because I had some before. This new pair of glasses had these, like... shading things. Where, you know, when the sun is obviously blinding, they just adjust to it. Dude, that was like crazy tech to me. I was like, what? This is real? It was awesome. Now they got more and more. The pair I usually wear if I'm not wearing contacts is they have like blue light protection now on them. You can't even tell. I thought they would be like... It would be noticeable somehow and it would bother me, but no, you can't even tell it has like the blue light protection or whatever. Crazy, dude. I used to be a glasses hater. I really didn't like wearing glasses. And then I got the pair that I did in Poland, and then I was just like, I'm gonna wear these all the time. Mystery organ. Do you wear sunglasses at night? Absolutely not. I do not wear any sunglasses at night. I do not wear... I don't participate in sunglasses indoors. Freaking pisses me off, man. I'm too tired. I'm too tired. I wear sunglasses at night because it makes you... No, it doesn't. You look dumb. You look dumb and stupid. Remember how everyone freaking left us? Yeah, I did actually. I did. And now I just saw... If the page ever loads, apparently it won't. They announced the next expansion, right? I want to see it actually. I want to see it because I was waiting to watch it on stream and I just forgot. No, they went to Aether or whatever. I mean, yeah, they did, but that part's so funny. Yeah, no, it literally doesn't matter anymore. They went to Aether for... I hope they freaking suffer now. I do need to watch this, though. Party Finders cross-region? Yeah. So it's called Evercold. The song's given like Endwalker. Hold fast to what you must and meet your fate without fear. Go forth, discover, unite the stars onto one.
One more time.
What does this say? A-R-E-E?
It's my favorite story.
Why do I feel like I know this, but... Oh, it just says Square Enix.
Oh, you know it better than me by now.
Literally just says Square Enix.
But if you insist.
Yes. All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the promised land.
Long, long ago, in a time few yet recall, life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end. From towering peaks sprang
Yo, it's
rivers
Y'shtola.
flowing into and feeding great seas.
Oh, man.
And noble kingdoms flourished,
Another one.
wanting for naught.
Yo! What in the world? What?
But then came the relentless ice. The world grew cold, cold and still. Men succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggled to survive, they marched, and all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the skies.
Who dat? Not the male aura.
And then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days we knew them as far wanderer.
Reaper? Wow, January. Damn. They didn't show off any like new. Yeah, I didn't see a new class. I thought they would normally show one off. Maybe I just missed it though. Oh, it's not announced yet. Okay. Dude, they should make like an ice caster. I guess we already have Black Mage for that. Never mind. What do we got? We got Dragoon. We got Viper. We got Sage. I don't even know what it would be from this. Player matching, region based, and 7.5x. Yeah. Including the freaking PF. Now we can point and laugh at everyone who abandoned us. And you know what? I don't even want them to come back. We should change the entire FC name to like Sleep Slorp Gleep Glorp. Damn. Looks banger. Viper looks cool, then I played it and couldn't get over the icons. Looked like barrel low monkeys. I don't know. I'm hard stuck Black Mage. I can't find joy in any of the other classes. Godless Realms. Damn. That's kind of hype. I mean, it's more hype because I have to be honest, I didn't really like Dawn Trail that much. Sphene! Listen to me! Listen for me here, Sphene! I mean, Dawn Trail wasn't bad, but like the main content portions were kind of like snoozer after a while. Although I did really enjoy the Arkveld stuff, so that was pretty fun. It had its moments, yeah. It wasn't terrible. Your class. What a freaking mess. I didn't get to Arkveld stuff. It was actually a lot of fun. I did the EX. I'm freaking dead. Ah. I know exactly what's about to happen. And for the first time ever, I'm not gonna get jump scared by it. Yo, Raiden, look at this. What, he's sleeping? Holy smokes! They cleaned my ATV. Thank you, they cleaned it. They're changing eye level stuff a little? Oh. Is it like in a good way? Did you see it? Reducing the grind? Oh, wait, that's actually pretty pog. It's actually a pretty pog. Every time I say pog, I feel a little older on the inside. Name one person who still says pog. No, it's just WW now. All your gear will reflect the highest eye level gear you own. What? Wait, that's awesome. One thing XIV needs is a great vault similar to WoW, so you at least get a piece of gear each week. The thing is, it's so easy to get gear just doing your dailies. I mean, I agree to a degree, but... Alec and head shops. I just haven't been playing because I did Arkveld and I was like, well, I don't feel like doing anything else. I think the last thing I did was the Halloween event. And then I swapped over to WoW for a little bit. And that lasted until literally like 2 days before midnight release. And then I hopped on RuneScape again. No more woke Lamont. Wait, not at all? That's kind of crazy, actually. Her arc is just over. I don't know. I mean, I didn't mind woke Lamont, to be honest. She might be in 7.5. I mean, yeah, I guess it has to lead to the thing at some point, right? Or somehow. Good job, Carfus. Ah, this is exciting, though. We're going to a frozen wasteland. Oh my god, it's Heavensward again. Because Foundation, Firmament, Quartas, it's all snow. What if the third expansion of this series, of this, like, next thing... Yo, imagine if the next one is, like, a really weeb-esque, like, area. And it's the next Stormblood. Actually, I would think that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's in the 4th. What? Where did it go? One of my orange slices disappeared. Orange. Looks like they're trying to add more nuance to jobs again. Thank God. Please. Bring back the black mage that I knew and loved. Alternate rotations and stuff? Yes. Yes, please. Please. Not fuse. Yes, fuse. How many do I need? Oh god. 8. Six? Okay. What? Dude, now my radio tower is just shutting off all the time. I'm getting trolled. That's it, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna freaking say it. Zip flippy dorp. I'm sorry, but I'm pissed. I'm leaving, man. No, please. Ghost, you are my fleam flume. I'm Piddle, by the way. I knew it. I knew it. I knew you would pick Piddle. I had a sneaking suspicion. You know what, chat? You all get to choose now. Hold on, I have to save it. Oh wait, no, I have it. Lo. Image. Alright guys, tag yourselves. I'm weak. Which ones are you? Radiant is Pedal. Leaf is Blug. Soggy is Flug. Flug or Glug. Yeah, they don't have orange one. What the hell, man? Probably Glug, to be honest. Damn. I'd say Glug because tall. Holy moly. Millie! I'm guessing we can't share, yeah? Oh, you can share. Glug gang! I'm on team weak. Look at that guy. He's so swag. Bing! Bing and bong, bing and bong. Falso's the pink one. Probably Blug. Yeah, you're very Blug coded. I could see that. No one likes weak. Humph. Yeah? Humph. That emote's so stupid. Look at it. What's wrong with it? Now my radio tower keeps dying, man. He could have had sub money with us, but he left. Dude, they all left, and it's just like... What do I even do anymore? I did Arkveld EX solo with a bunch of buffoons. It was ridiculous. I'd like to do Sphene EX. I haven't done any EXs in a hot minute, but... just the Arkveld one. Sphene! Did you see the little Final Fantasy raid plan game going around where you have to deduce the clock spots? I have not. That sounds crazy. I send for you? Oh, okay. I gotta get back into it. I've kind of just been... I'm kind of burnt out on games right now, man. You know, like, I play Voices of the Void, and off stream I'll play Tom Clancy's The Division 2. I don't know why I just full named it like that, but you get the point. My VTuber is like jumbo size. Why didn't anyone say anything? I really don't like when like 25% of the screen is VTuber. You are a pineapple and you have to do the mechanics of the raid. Get bigger. No. I think it was for WoW, but it was so funny and effective. Some people made it a requirement for raiding. My favorite raid experience was actually on Destiny, and the reason that I say that is because I should clarify. On Destiny, when it is a newer raid, because if I get to learn alongside everybody else, I think I learn faster, and then it's easier for me to help and explain. And when I'm joining on raids that have been around for like 4 years, and everyone knows what's going on, I feel like it takes me longer to learn. This song is how I feel like on the inside. I like that they're doing the, Dude, I don't understand how he gets all of these sounds from, like, a synth. You know what I mean? Like, his setup is insane. I don't get it. Unfortunately, deadmau5 doesn't have a song that goes la 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 la, so you know, Leaf won't be a fan, and I guess, you know, at least our property value will remain pretty high. It gets, why is it spelunky? Yeah, Radiant's been working on submarines in Final Fantasy, and essentially what that means is we have an FC, right? Like a guild. It's been like, was it 2 years in the making? Maybe not. Maybe it was like a year. I've lost track of time. But she has to rebuild the submarines because the way our old like FC members did it wasn't as efficient. But now that she finished the submarine work, it's like she's freaking rich. It's crazy. It took a year to level the subs, yeah. That's crazy. Queek was just clocking into work. Yeah, clearly not optimally. Because Queek was making like a couple... What is it? Gold? Monies? Straight up clocking it. When it came to that stuff from what I learned. I mean, I don't know what his game plan was. There was definitely some sort of route he was doing specific to something else. Now log in every 2 days and collect. Crazy. Freaking crazy. Freaking crazy. I'll probably get back into the game soon. I want to do Beastmaster, I think it's called, right? Have they, oh, that's in September? Oh, September! Oh my god. She sunk me. Ooh, wee you. $7.55, I think. I mean, you know what? Whatever. I waited this long. I can wait a little longer. I was just hoping it would be available by now. It would have been pretty cool. I'll probably go ham on Beastmaster because Blue Mage was so much fun. And then again, Blue Mage, you could do like so much stuff solo. It's nice though. I have everything unlocked on Blue Mage. Yeah, especially when those like the events happen where you want to do like fate farming. Now, what in the seven hells is this? What? Oh my god. She brought it all the way here. This is from the Yokai Watch. Yeah, I used Blue Mage for that actually, I remember. That one sucked. But I got the whole arsenal. Wait, did I use Blue Mage? No, I don't remember. I think I did, because I just did the ice pull. Or pull and then ice. And then I did the, like, clear. And we just spammed it. You know, it's gonna be a hard ask from you guys, but if you see anything moving, please tell me. I don't... It's kind of hard for me to spot. I'm blind. But if the locker is right here, wherever the hell the locker was, my daughter's nearby. She brought it all the way here, dude. But I don't know how long ago this was. I still need to get all of the Shadowbringers mounts. But, you know, there's this one trial that I really hate. Like, it's probably the worst one in the entire game. It's called Seed of Sacrifice. Yeah, it's just intolerable. I feel like, you know, people who like Seed of Sacrifice are weird. Just doesn't make sense. I'm pretty sure Radiant and I try to duo it. You just can't do it. It's not doable. Because you need the LB. This song is on, like, Sims 2. I remember, because I was like, Dead Mouse! It's just on... It's just casually, like, on the Sims 2 radio. Well, at least we know that she's around here somewhere. Will I ever find her? I don't know. Maybe by the end of the game. Maybe if it wasn't nighttime and extremely foggy, I would have spotted her. My child, my chud daughter. Can daughters be chuds? Is that only like a son thing? My chud son. Sleep slorp, sleep lorp. Job's done. Alright, now that these things last for longer, we're pretty good. We're pretty good. Alright, now we gotta get home before we fall asleep. I wonder if every save she teleports to like a new area. There is like a cushion here. I wouldn't vote it off. Actually, no, there is no cushion here. I lied. What a hell, man. What a hell. I like your music. I like your music. The darkness consumes us. Behold. Trees. All right. Epic and awesome. We're gonna do a quick nap sesh for Dr. Kelvin. We fixed all the Transformers. Robots in disguise. Pretty good. So we take a nap until like 50%. Maybe we'll wake up for midnight. What keeps... Hey! Stop this. Why? Going till like midnight 30. Be sure, hello. Good morning at midnight 30. On the 36th day. Oh. I have a feeling a sneaking suspicion. Oh, right, his shirt. What was he wearing? That's right. Okay, what is happening? Stop. Why is this game full screen again? Just realized. That typically causes all these problems. No more of this. I sent it. What in the world? What is this post? Oh my god. Amazing. That's the t-shirt? I don't even know what to make of that. Sky sent me a screenshot of like a nice transfer, bro. Minus $10, I guess. Kerfus, I'm sending you to work. Yay! We got an $800 bonus. Woohoo! Yay! Nope, that's going to the scrapper. The parappa, the scrapper. Let's get ourselves a yellow floppy disk. And let's give this to a good old Kerfius to get the reports. You know, progression-wise, now that we got another AI module, it's actually looking pretty good. To make another Omega Kerfus. We're en route. Broken fuse. Laser sights. We got all these upgrades done. We got all these upgrades done. We got all these upgrades done. We just need the radar one. Remote breaker control time. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. We're zooming a little bit. Wait, this might actually make it harder to maneuver. Oh, dude, it's going fast now. Jeez. Oh, ads time. Alright, let's get rid of those pesky ads. Just gonna put an exoplanet in here. We're gonna save. And we're gonna pause. Hey, hey, hey. I want to listen to Snow Cone. Where's it at? Why is this so out of order? What happened to my playlist? This is pissing me off. "40 seconds left on ads." Oh, they said the 2 new jobs or the new classes are original, but it's a tank and a fizz ranged for Final Fantasy. People were saying a double shield wielder. Interesting. That would be peculiar. Is one of them Paladin 2.0? I mean, maybe a Paladin without a sword? A double shield wielder? What's up, Fusion? Maybe the fizz range is just... What are the voices saying today, Mr. Streamer? That's a really good question. Let's see. What are the voices actually saying today? Today, the voices are saying... Thoughts? Opinions? I think that was quite insightful. True, honestly? Yeah. TBH honest, I agree. Very inspiring. Damn, look at this go. Oh my god. It's zooming. Hey. Get out of my house. Oh. We need syrup. Okay. He took a little bit of syrup. And now we need some orange. Calibration. Calibration. Dude, Fusion, that build is crazy. Uh-oh. Please don't turn her into fully red. Okay, I think it's just a sun. Okay, good. Slash B turns it fully red, we would all die. We would all freaking die. That means it would be here. Wow. Seems we're done with all the upgrades. Oh, Kerfus. Just out there on the lonesome, are you? Come on then, son. Good work today. Thank you for the floppy disk. You know what, man? Go patrol around. Have a good time. Alright, we got India. We got Kilo. We got Yankee. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony. Stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Literally, why did he call it that? That is not macaroni. Well, I don't know. What's the lore? Is there some, like, crazy lore to it? Maybe he just really likes macaroni. Maybe this Yankee Doodle guy was actually just really dumb. Days since the last supply arrived, I was a nut. Damn it, have fixed it. Said I do not have a cop. Have too many tape and plastic. Do not have burger. This not good enough. Hope survive when supply. Oh, I think they're freaking dead. I think they freaking died. TLDR, he stuck a feather in his hat and was like, I'm fancy now. So he called it macaroni. Is macaroni a fancy thing? He couldn't call it, like, Worcestershire sauce? Is a type of fashion then? Macaroni? TR2 is at 14%. Merciful Neptune. Sunlight hurts my eyes. What is this noise? What are you hoodlums doing? Stop it. The only other thing, like, song that I remember from there was... No! Kerfus, you are insane. The only song I remember is... Oh, soldier, soldier, will you marry me with your musket, fife, and drum? Oh, how can I marry such a pretty girl as you when I have no shoes to put on? Oh, soldier, soldier, will you marry me with your musket, fife, and drum? Oh, how can I marry such a pretty girl as you when I have a wife at home? That was literally the end of it. She went and, like, bought him all the stuff that he didn't have, and then it turned out that he had a wife at home. It was crazy. That dude had high XP for sure. Mate. Got it. Thought I had no shoes, loser. Haha, seriously. Can you imagine? No shoes. And he was a soldier. What do I do with all these fuel tanks? Eat them. That's a good idea, Rena. So hi, Rena. Well, my chud daughter is out there somewhere. We know it for sure now. But she could be literally any of these dots. Uh-oh. It's here. Huh. He's doing the shiggy wiggy! Yeah, okay. Open the door for him? No. I will not be doing that, actually. Yeah, I just don't think I'll be doing that. 9, schnell. Thank you for being the one son that doesn't get lost somewhere in the hellscape. She could literally be any of these dots. Well, maybe not any of them, because one of these dots is a demon creature, wherever it went. Today, we're gonna get the TARDIS event. And you might be like, no, you won't. Yeah, you're probably right. Bruv. 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 Can you play Aural Synapse by Deadmau5? Please? Thank you. Thank you so much for that. We haven't gotten Mustafar in a bit. When was the last Mustafar? Hello? Mustafar? Dude, all of the images are gone. No! No! Well, I won't remember which one Mustafar was. Oh, what is this? Dwarf planet? Not even a real planet. Not even a freaking real planet, dude. Yeah, sounds like a dwarf planet, whatever it is. Actually, that's an above average sized planet. Yeah, you probably think the same about Pluto, don't you? Pluto is queen. Pluto is a dog, right? So whatever you're even trying to say right now, it's not even true. Triangulation, that's the worst, like, triangulation. Oh, it worked. Pluto's a Greek philosopher. Okay, that's pretty true. It's pretty true. Ice Chud that wishes it were a planet. Ice Chud. Oh, God. Huh. Well. 42 points. You guys have a favorite planet that isn't from the Milky Way galaxy? Maybe a favorite planet that is not from our solar system? I don't. Tau. I'll go check it, Kerfus. Haha, I knew it. Holy smokes! It's radiant! He gonna chill in the hot tub. This little guy right here. He just vibing. He just chilling. Now, what do I do with this gigantic contraption? It was a one-time use. Really a good prank, though. Pretty solid. That event right there always jump-scared me in the past. You know, the real meta here would have been to just scrap any signals that I don't necessarily need. Or like if it wasn't the TARDIS, you just go next until it is the TARDIS. But like, I don't know, man. These are money makers. And we can get other silly events, so it's not always about the TARDIS. It's not always about the TARDIS. We can see Darth Vader. Darth Vader. "4 a.m. Oh boy. Time for a burger. You know, actually, let us make a burger. Let us make a burger. We haven't made a burger in a little bit. It does say to cook the tomato and the cheese, but... Nah. Burger. I think we need one extra blue light, blue light glow stick somewhere here. Burger buns. I need like gloves. Or a spatula. Hamburger. Burger. I wonder if, do they have spatulas? Spatula for 100 credits. I mean, like, you know, that's crazy. That's just crazy. I wonder if they have more neons. I think we have Erie's Cove. We don't have cafe. Let's add cafe. SMH. Seriously, this inflation's ridiculous. Don't believe me? Look up DeviantArt inflation. Please don't do that. Save yourself. Dude, what the freak? Sorry about that. Dude, my bad. Roulette! No, Scoop, please. Would I even go on to DeviantArt? Well, maybe you're a deviant. And you like art. Inflation. I can't see, Captain. I don't have the power. Whoa. Holy moly. This is my daughter. Why did they put her like this? Oh, that is way too freaking high. Hey! Do not look her like that. Why do they actually... This is the second one where they just put... Bro. What the freak, man? Now we have a spatula. Because they can. I guess that is true. They can, in fact, do that. And hence, they did do that. Spatula. Can open them. I like that he blinks too. Like, what is he blinking for? Okay. Now then. A Broomba. There was like mention of a special Kerfus Omega, but I don't know how you go by doing that. Fax and printer. Salt lamp. Once again, the void. Damn, this watch charges so fast. I just put it on charge before stream start. And now it can yell at me again and be like, you don't sleep at all. You don't stand up at all. Alrighty then. We're kind of just heavy on the signals right now. We want to find Erie, but like, dude, that's gonna be quite the journey. Need to get a normal watch again. I just stick to my Apple Watch because it's just so easy, you know. I can pick how it looks. I can get health information. It tells me when to stand up when I forget to stand up. That is fair, yeah. I mean, this watch, I charge it like once every 3 days. It's an older one. It's an older watch. It used to last me like the whole, like 2 weeks. Sometimes not a whole month, but like 2 weeks. All right. We have to go fix Transformer 2, so let's go do that. We get the short if I were at work. That's a very good point. Yeah. Is that a pumpkin? What is... Big sponge. Whoa. Whoa, a sponge, not just an ordinary sponge. A big sponge. Here, hold this. Never used my Apple one. I got it as a hand-me-down. I really like it. I mean, I used to take it to some intense work environments, but You can always get the screen protecty thing for it. I'm sure there's a drastic difference between my intensive work and yours. But I mean, I was hammering walls. Feel like it lasted through that. Not a scratch on this dude. I'll hammer you. You will not. You will sooner die. Screw protector isn't going to prevent destruction from heavy impact? No, that's true. I'll get you hammered then. Now we're talking. What kind of alcohol are we talking about, huh? None for you. Oh. Cringe. I will not be participating then. I'll just become a smoker, I guess. No, dude. Oh my god. I know, dead mouse phase right now, but I was watching an interview that he had the other day, or like 10 months ago, not the other day, 10 months ago or something like that. Oof, the cigarettes definitely are catching up to that guy, man. You can see it. It's so sad. I mean, dude has been smoking since like he was 18. He's Canadian. So you know, it's a common thing. It's weird, you know. There's a lot of smoking that happens in Poland. I don't know, like you go somewhere and someone's always smoking. I can't deal with it. I can't stand the smell. It's first and foremost. I can't stand the smell. And then I have a coughing fit for like 3 days. I have like 2 friends who smoke, and for 3 days after we hang out for 1 day, and they only smoke like 2 cigarettes maybe, I'm coughing. You know, I had a lot of lung problems as a kid, so I'm good. Really American vodka signed by WWE superstar Braun Breaker. Dude, you know what? Hell yeah. Let's get it. I can't stand the smell either, yeah. Like I said, there was a week in high school where I smoked, and it was like 1 cigarette, like a day, and it was awful. I hated everything about it. I never touched one ever again. Honestly, it wasn't even 1 a day. It was 1, I say a week because it lasted a week, but it was like 1 every other day. It's because I thought it would be cool. Oh my god! The Toyota Corolla! It's here! Man, you're strong. Thank you. Yeah, wouldn't it be so handy if you were able to just... Am I dead? Something happened, but I don't know what. Goodbye, Toyota Corolla. One time I brought that thing all the way back to base, but it despawns no matter what, so. Sag. As a Toyota Corolla enthusiast. It wouldn't despawn if it was a Camry. Yeah, you're probably... See, it's already gone. But we got pictures. Oh, no, it's not gone. What? I lied. You can't enter it. You can't do anything with this car. Deja vu. I've been here in this place before. On the street. You can buy the car keys. I mean, I have car keys, but it doesn't work for the Toyota Corolla. Goodbye. Sorry about that. Don't worry, we got a good mechanic in chat. Alright, later. To fix the rust in my Civic. You got a Honda Civic? It's pretty based. I say to this day, you know, we've had a lot of cars since I started driving, and the best and, like, my favorite car to drive was a Civic. It was my sister's Honda Civic. In '09, I think hers was like a... Let me check. Was it 2010? No. Yo, it might have been an '09 as well. Because the '09 looks way more familiar. Let me try 2011. Oh, maybe it was a 2011. All silver. I didn't want her to sell that car. I wanted to keep it. But it saw the world, that car. It saw the entire world. Several times over. That lad had to be put down. $200,000 plus miles on it. Yeah. Yeah, my sister's had, I don't even know how many, but it was a lot. It'd be fine if it wasn't for the fact that it's rusting away now. The problem with... Well, it wasn't really a problem, it's just... It was older, and... One of her friends offered... Like... A newer Kia... For, like, a pretty decent discount, so it's just like, why would... What was that? Why wouldn't she grab it, you know? Why wouldn't she take it? The offer was pretty good. Got a Kia? Yeah, I'm not... Yeah. Not me, personally. I want a Subaru, or... I mean, I love Mazdas. But, love me some Subarus. That failed. Yeah, it's pretty fair. Let's do, like, here. There you go. Yeah, Subaru! Save error null. Like, dude. What's happening now? What? What? Are we about to get bombed? What? I'm so confused. Wait a second. I literally can't open it. Is today the 24th? Chat? I literally can't check my calendar. Yes? Oh. I know exactly what that was. Okay, well. For the next full day in-game, we will not be leaving. You've been raptured. Yup. Yup. Damn, I can't believe we made it to the 24th again. That's impressive. It's never like planned. What? Yeah, so every 24th in real life, this video game essentially starts an event. It lasts for the entire in-game day. You cannot save. If you die, you start from the very beginning of the day. So it's kind of brutal. And the sun becomes a gigantic black box. And if it sees you, you take damage. You cannot leave the building for the entire day. Yo, Toyota Corolla! Look at that. Little creature. Oh, damn! It like EMP'd my camera. Look at that. That's cool. Here's my friends. Here's these tall dudes. Taking over. That's them from a distance. I'm gonna delete that one because it sucks. Here's the Easter Bunny. Oh, here's my daughter. Wow. Here's our friend. He obliterated things for us. Oh, here's my daughter eating a giant cheese wheel. She's known as the Queen of Cheese, so. No, I did not find my chud daughter. Here's my chud son. I'm watching for weeks and I like it, but what is the aim of this game? There's a lot. It's really difficult to explain this game because you can play it differently basically every playthrough. But essentially, the main objective is to research stuff about space. So you do all these, like, detection satellite. This is a real place. I think it's in, like, Switzerland. This is a real location in real life. It is a gigantic satellite facility thing. And literally what they do is they research stuff about space. But there's a bit of a horror aspect to this game. Granted, it's not as scary as I feel like people make it out to be. But I've been playing this game like a lot. We have a lot of hours in this video game, so maybe to me it's just not that scary. A game about cheese. Well, you kind of did show up when I was recruiting and trying to make my daughter real, and now she's gone. And now she's gone. Well, she's not gone. She's just missing somewhere out there. Actually, I'm kind of convinced this is her right here. You see how slowly it's running? That could be her. The problem is, I won't make it in time. And I can't save. But I think I need to go and try to find her. It's 8 in the morning. I kind of hope this is her. Look how slow it moves. As long as she doesn't stray off the map. What's the red dot right up your base? The corpse. Right there. We have to eat it to prevent getting eaten by a zombie deer. The one that you saw earlier. Yeah, it's trying to kill us, and the only way to get rid of this thing is by consuming it, supposedly. Man, we're really stuck here all day, huh? She's almost at the top. Ah, gorillas, the mountain, look at her go. What's up, Joe? I think she's going off the map. I'm kind of sad. I don't think I'll be fast enough to, like, Bad Sun event? Yeah. It is the 24th of the month, and I forgot. I get it, yeah. I yap about this game a lot. Spectacular game, truly. One of my favorites ever. Yeah, because the first time I got it, it wasn't a fixed day. The first time I got it, it was just a random event. Thank you for explaining for my smooth brain. If you don't care for doing the events, you can do... There's so much you can fish. If you wanted to fish. First time I got it was like day 16. Well, it's a fixed day in real life. It's the 24th of an IRL day. Like, it's not an in-game day. It's the 24th of April. Because we're on day 36. But hey, dude, we got the Toyota Corolla. Check this out. Yo, Toyota Corolla. And our friendly visitor. And our friendly EMP. Can't save in midair. You can't save at all. Where even is the sun? I'm almost convinced I could have, like, gone to that area by now. Oh! Okay. I don't want to die. What was the EMP? It was like a gigantic orb surrounded by small orbs. I don't know why the picture's so broken. But there's like an orb, and then there's more orbs flying around it, and it shut off all my power. No, that doesn't happen anymore. It doesn't drop flesh. You can make it to if you weave tree to tree. That actually might be... What? Why? Why would I get hurt being on my console? Okay. Ow. No more flesh. Nope. That is changed. That is no longer what you can do. What the heck? Yeah. I think that may be a 0.9 type beat, because I was still able to do it in 0.8. I think the main mechanic of this video game is cleaning. You gotta clean this entire facility. This looks way better than it did day one. It was a disaster day one. Hold something in front of you to block the sun and run backwards. Check if it's her. I could. Or I could just wait the day. I like what you're doing with the place. Thanks, man. It was disastrous. And now it is... It's improving, it's improving. There is still a lot of space for improvement. Especially just the blood. It's only morning now, right? It is 9 a.m. We'll be here a while. For the record, I do play at 50% speed, so this game takes quite a while to progress the day-night cycle. I love this song. Spring cleaning day? Literally, yeah. We're just cleaning all day today. I did say that today will be more focused on, well, on the signals and stuff. So, there you go. Maybe we'll finally get the TARDIS. I actually don't think it can happen while another event is happening, so I'm not sure. Wait, is my farm dead? Seems fun. The trees aren't rendered, but it seems fun. Do you have two? I have like 4 orange trees now, or maybe more. The oranges are OP. Like, I don't need to eat anything else. At all. I should set these to the radio, but they're all FLAC files, so they won't play. Apparently this game doesn't like FLAC files. Sag. It's what I get, I guess. For being a sound chud. FLAC too powerful. I guess so. It's still there. I think it's her, dude. Where even is this? She's been dancing there for 2 days. No, you know what's funny? We went over to where the Toyota Corolla is. It was by the Transformer 3? On the way, before the big valley section. And just smack dab right before the decline, a locker is there. And I'm like, what in the world is a locker doing all the way here? And I opened the locker, and it's all of the stuff that I stored from the bunker. Everything that was down there, I just found it all the way there. So, I think she teleported again. She was literally by Sierra at that time. She was. And now I think because I reloaded, I think she's over there. It's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, this goes too fast. I can't get used to it. I mean, I kind of maxed it out. I think we'll go at night. Try to pinpoint it. She doesn't move that fast, and she stops to dance all the time. The problem is she's straying outside of the radar. Ads again. Dude, how have we already gotten 3 hours into stream? Like, I don't understand. I can't pause the game during this event, but I assure you, you're not missing much. I'm just staying in the base and getting my signals. I'm not even kidding. This is the... every single playthrough we've done somehow coincidentally has made it to the 24th of every real-life month. Because we have yet to miss this event in all of our playthroughs. Except this is probably the first event where we're playing at 50% speed. So it might take a lot longer than we would like. Oh wait, so today is actually the day of the bad sun? The 24th of every month. in real life is when it is 100%, like, it can still happen randomly throughout the year, but the 24th is when it happens for sure. Like, it is inevitable. Inevitable. And I think the only other way it happens 100% is if you do solar mode, right? Like, it is always a thing. Let's see, how are these doing? Wow. It's spectacular, truly. Just like what an update can do, but it's the 24th today IRL, so it'd be the day of the bad sun. What? I think either we're saying the same exact thing and I'm getting confused. Dude, this is so hard to pinpoint when you're... I still don't know what this event was about. Bad picture. Like, is the SCP of the Bad Sun supposed to happen on the 24th and not just in Voices of the Void? Because today is the 24th and it was a bad sun. In that the sun wasn't out in Spain and it rained all day. I don't know enough about SCP to know how to respond to that. But probably. I would assume that's the reference that they're doing in Voices of the Void. Because they base a lot of the events off of, like, the culture, right? The lake event. The only thing you really need for that event is to go witness it or go to the source of the light. Right. And I did not go to the source of the light. I mean, I swam over to it. You see, I went to the light source, something like splashed, and then I ran away because I thought I was gonna get pulled and killed. Because it's literally, it is right above the pit, and I'm like, nope. I'm good. I'm not dealing with that. Also, this guy bugged out. He grabbed me with this arm. He grabbed me with this, and let me go, and then his arm just extended to the stratosphere and just stayed there. Forever. I'm not even kidding. Like, it was just there. He fell through the ground, and then... What you see right here, he's in the ground, and he emerged out of it, and this is his hand. I don't know what caused this, but it's his little hand claw. He broke. It's kind of funny. I feel like the animation didn't fix or didn't like undo itself there. And that's what happened. Man, I feel like we got to do more. Oh, it's done. Some of these signals are really fast. We're kind of just zooming through them. The thing is, I don't think you can get a signal event while there is a... overworld event, question mark. I don't know what else you would call it. This is gonna be too small. Yeah. Might be on in an hour or two if you're still streaming. Yeah, we should be. I got my assignments done, aside for my math assignments. Where did I put the washer? Oh, here. Bisha's right. We're gonna do some spring cleaning. Because these windows have seen better days. Couldn't remember if I could refill it in there or not. All my anime websites been down for days. Rest in peace. Anime is over. What's up, H. Brown? Supposedly the Soul Eater thing was fake news. Like, it's not an actual remake. Which, whatever. Like, whatever, dude. Guess I don't even care. Power wash simulator looking different. I can't leave the facility at this current time or the sun will set me on fire and kill me. For the next, I don't know, 9 hours in game. So we're doing some spring cleaning. What sun is dark? Yeah, the Silent Hill fog is very strange, because... you might not be able to tell from this view, but all of the grass has been burned away. And dried up. It's kind of hard to see in the Silent Hill fog. Also, the trees are supposed to be burned away, but you can still see them. But I assure you, the sun will kill me. It's there. And it hurts really bad. Why? 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 You already did 70 buckaroonies. Oops. A month ago? It was like 2 weeks! Thank you, Rena, for the 50 schmeckaroonies. You do not have to do that. Again. You're crazy. You are crazy. I don't have to do anything I do. You know, that is a very fair point. That's a very, very fair point. That will certainly assist me with my upcoming summer courses. Since I found out that the aid of finance in the world of university does not like to cover summer courses for some reason. At least not fully. Very strange. I don't know what that's all about. I'll stick to not going to school. Yeah. Very fair, very fair, very fair. Just, you know, if I want to be an IT guy, apparently we need more than just school. We need certificates, and we need this and this and this. Good thing you don't need to go to school for certification. That is also true. But they look for some wombo combo of a degree and the certs. What's up, May? At least for what I'm looking to work in, I want to do cybersecurity. Tell me how me directly blasting this thing is not getting rid of the dirt. How? Magic. Use that big sponge? This thing is supposed to be more effective than all the sponges. It's fine though. Oh, that's not fine. What was that? Okay, as we move, do we see any... I mean, it gets rid of that. It's just that top side. Oh. Well, it worked for a split moment. It was short-lived. Thank you again, Rena. You crazy. You crazy. Goddamn. Look, it's not even moving. It has to be her. Crazy. I was crazy once. They put me in a room, a rubber room full of rats. How long ago was that now? 5 years? God. That's like retro now. Five fuel left. I lied. 18.3 fuel left. The only real downside of this is we can't sleep. Like, you can't speed up this day. Aside from signals and cleaning this window, there's really not much else I can do. Can we share bunk beds? Sure, man. Dibs on the top bunk, though. I remember we fought for the top bunk. And then, you know, silly me, like a week later, after I won the battle for the top bunk, I fell directly on my tailbone. It was just quite the experience. It was great. It's awesome. No real regrets, though. It was great. Love the top bunk. Thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Feel the thunder. Oh, there it is. The sun is above. Oh God. It hurts. I think Kirpus is immune to this whole shebang, but I don't really want to send him out. Once jumped from the ladder near the top of the bunk, my feet hurt and stung after I landed. Yeah, understandable. Understandable, that's... yeah. I want to start stocking up on some ATV upgrades. Alternator. So hold on. What's the point of having the ATV solar panel for 1500 if I can just get the alternator, which basically makes it so that it doesn't use battery while driving or moving? So it's charged up when not in use. But I mean, I guess that is true. I'm wondering if that is a viable thing to do when really, if it takes, it'll take forever for the battery to run out. And by the time it does, I'll just charge it, because we really don't use the ATV that much. It's kind of what I don't know if I even want this upgrade. Or if I even want to upgrade at all. I really don't use the ATV. What I really want, to be honest, is more stuff for the base. Make an alert, sound, and a console log when the system detects a broken or damaged server, radio tower, or a coordinate radar. We have the storm filter. We need 3 transformer upgrades. Log tapes compression. Compresses the log tapes and increases the tape speed. Oh. But I feel like we don't need that either because we have 3 on the backlog already. Could use medical? Yeah. That is kind of true. Lightning prediction. We have radar colors. Makes an alarm sound when the amount of entities on the radar is increasing. No. Radar radius. Yes. Draws the path of entities on the radar. Radial search. Uses radial pulse pings in searching. Huh. Is that better than... Yeah, I don't see why that wouldn't be better. We have 6.5k points, so I'm just kind of like, it's time to spend it. On something useful in the facility. Coordinate triangle visualize. Visualizes the triangle on the coordinate panel. Oh. Nah, I don't think we need that. I'll take the radial search. Alright, it's 1,100. Sure. No way. I literally can't do anything today. There's nothing I can do. I can't leave the facility. Kerfus isn't gonna fix my problems. Heard you piss in sinks? Well, who told you? Listen, only on Fridays, right? What's up, paper bag? Just wash your hands after and it all goes down the drain? True! Time to modge. Modulation. Oh! We not speak what you do in your shower drains. I also piss into the shower drains. Stop looking at the sun. Here comes the sun. Every shower should have a mandatory Germex station. But you're in the shower. Aren't you already clean? Or getting clean? My chud son. It is not on Steam. You can get it. There's no reason to pause because we're in an event. I think this works. You can grab it from me. It is free. I believe when it finally launches fully, it will be on Steam and it will cost money. What? 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 Oh. Hands could have extra content while you clean yourself? Nah. Ah! That'd be silly. How much health? You know, you can't actually see your health in this video game. It's really funny, but you heal relatively quickly. And we do eat, like, oranges and stuff. When you eat food, you heal as well. But as long as it's not a consistent damage, or you're not in, like, combat, you just always are healing. You're in a state of healing. I guess we're safe here. I mean, I don't know who that... Hello? Hello? You got fished. Whoa, how'd they get down here? Oh, I'm too tired. Sweet. You know what game I miss? The one like fishing game, web fishing. That one was so fun. It's a shame everyone harassed the developer. So now we'll never get more updates and now you get hacked. That was awesome. I loved web fishing. It's a good time. Scanning for evil man. Scanning for evil man. I mean, he can't do anything to me because the event is happening. We're just gonna be tired forever. I think the sun goes down in about... Is it 2 hours? It'll be 4 p.m. Yeah, I mean, like... 5-ish. I think it goes down around 5-ish. We should probably look at what these signals were, huh? Look at all these gray signals we have all of a sudden, man. We're too fast, too furious. We're just gonna remove all of the tier 1s. Maybe in winter, yeah. The game has a weird, like, cycle for it. We'll have to see, because I'm honestly not too sure what time the sun sets. This game does have seasons. I don't have them enabled because they're a little scuffed. Also, the way the seasons work is like every in-game 30 days. So that would take a very, very, very long time. Like, we would be done with the playthrough by the time we get to the 3rd season, essentially. At least, as far as the story goes, my current plan is to do this playthrough until at least we get the TARDIS, signal. Which may never happen at this rate. But whatever. You know? Damn, we have 45 tier 3s. We won't run out for the end of the entire, like, I could stop doing all this and we'll have enough. No, wait, no, we won't. It's times 3. Yeah, we will. Never mind, I lied. Yeah, we'll have enough. We wouldn't have to do another, like, processing thing for the main objective, for the rest of the game, pretty much. But we will continue. Because I do think I'm going to try to, like, push this playthrough past the 50-day story limit. Ah! He's here. At the water. Do something then. It's actually kind of weird. I don't see him. I don't see the eyeballs anywhere. We could just do some more coffee. It gets too shaky, man. Don't shake that camera, man. I can't believe that I can't buy all of this stuff. This one seems different. Oh, no. I lied. Just another ordinary day. Mentioned it plenty of times before, but this is like one of my favorite games ever. And so much so that I basically got this almost a similar looking keyboard. And it does have like a calculator numpad thing that you can get with it. I will at some point. I think it's pretty swag. I have the mouse as well. It's so good, man. The numpad, yeah. I mean, it looks more like a numpad, you know? But it has, like, the calculator-looking thing. I think it's red instead of green. 8-Bit Dough. Great company. I have the keyboard, the mouse. I'm obsessed, because they're very retro, oriented with their, like, merch. I like my retro. Why does this look like a space... Look, it looks like an astronaut almost. I wonder if this is a special one. Does it like stop or does it continue? Oh, maybe not. Oh, wait, look. It does end. It's like Pac-Man or something. It'd be easier to look at if I wasn't coked up the wazoo right now. Could be a special event. Or like an eyeball, yeah. We will see very shortly. Alright, get processing. We got quite a few more to go. Oh, hey, bud. Look, there he is. You see him? He's on the left side of the screen. He be staring. But he can't do anything to me because he can only grab you when there are no events going on and he'll put you to sleep. Otherwise, he just stares and waits. Little silly guy. I'm actually kind of excited to see what this is. It could just be an ordinary planet, and no special event will come from it. But it looks like a special planet. The weird thing is that none of... Ah! Why? Oh, I see. Soon we won't be able to be in this room. Hurry up. Saw, dude. How close can I get? You can, like, kind of see his silhouette. What's up, Lexi? Welcome in, welcome in. Wait, he's coming. Wait. You see that? Wait, sleepify me. He disappeared because he can't. Yeah, he literally can't, so he just despawns. We might have to... I mean, it literally could just be nothing. Is this enough? No, maybe like... Stop it. Nice. My chud son. There's no need to calibrate the... never mind, I lied. Look at that. Hotel dropped to 75%. I will say, what's odd about this is... Isn't today the 37th? Oh no, 36th. There's certain days where this cannot happen because of the story events. Story events override most things. Nothing feels better than seeing the CRs just remain at 8. Who's shaking the screen? Sorry, man, I had a lot of caffeine. Had a lot of caffeine. Ah! No. Uh-oh. I'm sure we're fine. Okay. I mean, I guess it's gonna be a lot slower than I anticipated. And I can't be in that room for, like, the rest of the day. No. We have no fuel. Man. Well, we're cooked. Why do I have 8 recharge? Never mind. Oh! I'm not gonna drink more caffeine. The shaky screen gets a little bit overwhelming. Oh, hey, bud. Hey, man. Hey, buddy, man. Hey, buddy guy. Hey, dude, man. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, dude, man. He's gonna grab me the moment, like, it's possible to. It's gonna be very comedic. For you guys, not for me. I'm gonna fail the sleepy event, and then everything's gonna fall apart. Fascinating to see someone playing this game properly. I've only ever seen friends wage war with the mannequins. It's safe to say I won the war with the mannequins a long time ago. Quite safe to say at this point. Welcome in, Tiny Meows. Welcome in. Concrete. Who eyeball? Hello, Pororugu. Eyeball guy wants me to sleep. He said, insomnia? Not today, buddy. Although, to be fair to your friends, this is my, like, 8th playthrough of the game. So, sleep is good for you? Yeah, but there's kind of a deadly sun outside that wants me to die. You know, their whole thing is that they want me to burn alive. Also, my daughter's out there. So, you know. We're gonna go Piccolo mode and we're gonna blow up the sun. Except he blows up the moon, but we're gonna blow up the sun. Squealer's last day alive, he's making the most of it. Yeah. I'm fixing up my walls. It's a really big, you know, final thing on my bucket list for my final days. Oh. Oh yeah, okay. I didn't think you could. I don't want to sleep. I can sense something. Ugh. I'm so tired. Source Engine game. It is not Source Engine. It is actually Unity. But it is very... all the sound effects are very source-based. I do think they're planning on removing the sounds or like kind of making their own. About to say, the little pop-ups, yeah. No! I don't have enough concrete. Ugh. I don't feel so good. The one concrete to rule them all. Ugh. Ugh. Wow, so this is what this looks like. Ugh. Wow, I'm so eepy. He's just like me for real. I too also fall over randomly whenever I'm tired. Ugh. Audio jungle. Ugh. Why? Oh. Fair. Oh! You know what, man? If you want to defy... Oh. You know what? You do you. I'm gonna continue to fix my walls. As the burning sun slowly dissipates. Ugh. I don't want to sleep. Another wall! Ugh. We cannot sleep. There's work to do. Ugh. I think it's almost over. We're at 18 o'clock. I lied. Oh, dude. Ouch. Face first into the bucket is crazy. We did it! Quick, caffeine. Okay, good night. Me when I'm asleep on the floor of the kitchen. No, not even the kitchen. We're in the little storage. Can I wake myself up? Nope. I cannot. That is it though. We got the achievement for the bad son on the 24th of the month. Awesome! Let me get up, please. Please, I don't want to be asleep anymore. Literally, it's gonna push us to 100. Okay. Or we're gonna get hit by some... I don't know what keeps punching me there, by the way. It is not the first or the last time that's gonna happen. We did it, Kerfus. We're free. I'm bleeding out, though, Kerfus. I'm bleeding. SD Cal-all. Am I still bleeding? I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding it out. Digging deeper just to throw it away. Wait, we can go find our daughter now. This is her. Pinpoint. I'm going. Kerfus. Stay here. This is gonna get ugly. I'm coming, Chud daughter. Wait for me. If this isn't her, then this is gonna be extremely embarrassing. I fear she might be starving to death, and I didn't bring any food with me. If we see her as a demon, we might have to execute her. There's no way that she got past this fence. I refuse to believe it. She got past the fence. Hello? Chud daughter, does this actually count? I think this chair. She was last pinpointed right here. Oh. Another event is happening. Dude, I don't have time for this. I need to find my Chud daughter. She's apparently nearby. If this is to be believed as her. Well, whatever the event was, it's gone already. Look what it did to the trees. Gross. Hello? You can't hear her. This is the problem. Another event just started. This is insanity. Hello? Okay, I think there is an event happening, and we like stray closer to it on that side. Where is she, man? The reason I'm so convinced that this is her somewhere is that it was on the radar for the entire day. But she's so small. Oh, foliage is at 0. I'm thinking about buying one of those drones. Alright, well, clearly my chud daughter is not here. There's something going on nearby. Because it's happening again. And it's gone. Strange. If we look back at the radar, and that dot is still there, swear to God. The problem is, I don't think the digital map shows radar scans. Gotta go fix our tower as well. It would be awfully comedic to open this. Oh wait, we need a key card. Like, imagine she's actually still in here. No. Come on, this is a little comfy cushion. Why doesn't she teleport to this? No. My chud daughter. I don't think her in the living form teleports. But like, there's no way to prove that is or isn't the case. Ads. Ah, bollocks. Always with the ads. Wait, it's literally still there, whatever it is. What? I don't understand. It might be her. I don't know if she shows up on the radar. Okay, let's shut these down real quick. So what do we got? We got global alert. Radar radius. Radar path tracking. Radar radial search. I mean, this thing has no path. It just... Global alert. Neither of these are moving. This is not really. Those are zooming. Okay, let's get food. Let's do oranges. They're just so much easier to have prepared right off the rip, and it's like... Job's done. Let's do a quick calibration. Oh, right. I literally turned everything off. Oh, I actually literally turned everything off. Oops. I cannot get used to the zooming. Quick! Nope, gone. Yeah, nope. Radio tower's down. Again? I don't like that sound, gonna be honest. Curious, does this actually work to clean stuff? It does. Okay. Damn, this thing has a range. Oh, Kerfus just got kidnapped. They just stole my son. He's in the vor pit. Yep. Yeah. My son. Why can't I have any nice things? Everything's stolen from me. Kerfis. Oh. Oh, how they massacred my boy. Let's go find the dude. I wonder if I can take a picture of the creature. He's in one of these windows. Aha! Ah! My son. Aha! What? Where's there another window? There's no way I can reach that. Okay. He should be freed a little bit faster now. Yeah, these pictures sucked. We'll try again another time. When they kidnap my son once again. Well, in the meantime, notice how those dots have yet to move again. The problem is, she certainly moves around. I don't think she's stuck in one place. But these two dots have been around since the beginning of the stream. Sponge. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. I hope you guys have some crazy weekend stuff coming up. You party animals, you. You crazy party animals, you. Physical labor, nice. Dude, what you saying for me? Oh, I can't send Kerfis out on the escapade. Oh, Kerfis. Are you okay, son? Where are you? Are you on the roof? The new Alliance was gonna be collab again? Did they announce? I mean, I assume they didn't. I hope they are very poggers. They did! What are they collabing with? Or who, rather? Hello, son. Let's go. Server mic is down. I really don't like the sound. Actually... Go, my son. What? What? But like, what would they even... Oh my, dude, that makes so much sense because Yoko Taro is working on the reimagination of... That makes so much sense. Yeah, Yoko Taro double... What a dude. What a... I hate Yoko Taro. What in the world? Anything but another Nier game? His greed sickens me. This is the greed they write about in the Bible. Yoko Taro, you're pissing me off. And I'm in love. It's gonna be so freaking peak. Bum 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 bum. To be fair to Yoko Taro, they did say that they canceled like 4 of his projects. So, you know, one of those could have been a Nier game. Or maybe a Drakengard 3 remake, you know? Could have been. That's kind of hype. What in the world would they do? Oh my god, we have to fight Archangel Ramiel. Oh my god. I should probably be careful of the evil zombie deer. I shouldn't be out at this hour. But we're going to the Transformers. That could be pretty good. I wonder what music they're gonna use. Wait. Well, I guess the collab is later, so I assume the anime will come out first. The Yoko Taro readaptation. If you didn't know, Nier Automata is just a rewriting of Neon Genesis Evangelion, or Evangelion, however you want to say it. Evangelion. Even Steven. 8.1 will be the earliest. I mean, it makes sense because the anime has to come out first, right? Zaun Koku. Yotenshi yo Yunoni. Shin Warinari. Oh. Sweet heavens. Okay, we need a lot more of these upgrades, ladies and gentlemen. It's... Stop it. It's 6 a pop. We need 18. Well, less now. Now we need 15. Eve and Joe the Lion. That dude's name isn't even Joe. Pisses me off. Just gonna say it, but if your guys' names aren't your username for real, it's just unforgivable. Like, we can't be friends. My name is literally just Aiko in real life, so... think we're not friends? Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess you're freaking right. I hear it. Or I'm schizo. Or both. It would really suck if it spawn camped to the ladder. I should figure out the perfect trajectory for this. For the, what is it? Trampoline. So I can just jump off this tower. Can this thing stop shutting off? I would greatly appreciate that. Anything but another Nier game. He did say that his next game wouldn't be a Nier game, and then he released Nier Reincarnation. Which was literally a follow-up to the entire Nier story. So, like... What the hell, man? Classic Yoko Taro. Honestly, I'm sick of him. And Yoshi P. Someone's gotta, like, beat these dudes up. It's not gonna be me, I'm too lazy. This is not gonna be enough. Actually, it might. It's got the majority of the circle in it. Nice. Zaunkoku Yotenshida. Wait, that means there's gonna be characters that help us with the... That's gonna be odd. Was this my path? What a strange path. What is this that's like storming towards my base? Kerfis? Hey, bud. Good job, son. I'm proud of you. Alright, daily's done. It's literally just Kerf is doing all the work these days. Hey, don't freaking do that. Slave labor? No, he's just better at it than I am. By a landslide. Both my sons are, but one of them is currently hibernating. I could have probably sent him out to fix the servers. Bruv. Bruv. Okay. Hey. What's going on, homie? Just another day on the job, huh? Yeah, you like that picture? Ah, the Shiggy Wiggy! Ew. Kerfus. I can't open the door. I can't do that. What do I do? It's kind of interesting that Kerfus doesn't get attacked by it. How do I go by doing this so I don't die? I don't want Kerfus stuck out here. I would have to wait until like 4 a.m. for it to despawn. I'm not sure I can outrun it. Is it still around? Yeah. What? I've never seen it do that before. Good job, son. That was crazy. Did it break in? It phased through the door and then it despawned. Very odd. Alrighty then. Little Kerfus corner. A man once said, "The TARDIS vent is real." Aiko said, "You're a liar." A liar and a cheat. I just don't believe it. Let's get 2 more gas cans. Let's get remote drone is equipped with a camera, can be controlled from the computer. Right, but can I actually... We're gonna buy it just to see. Also, we need drives. Let's get like... If I don't want to go under 5k, we want... Okay, we'll just max it out. There you go. It's gonna be quite the storage. Oh boy, the empty void again. We're really getting some good signals today, gotta say. Wow. Impressive. The unknown planet. I don't think that's a planet, bud. I don't think that's a planet. $145. Is that this? No, I think we sold that one. This is a lot of drives. We almost just got back all of the points we spent just from turning that back on. Oh god, I have 36 leftover drives. Well, we're better than just to put it in this little storage cabinet. Then hopefully find thingies. I really just want the TARDIS. Like, I've done 5 playthroughs on stream, and I've known about the TARDIS since, I think, the 2nd playthrough, and I've tried to work towards it. You can't really work towards it. It's a percentage chance that it happens. And unfortunately, in-game, things are about to get crazy again. So I don't know. Let's calibrate. Like, man, how do they go down that fast? Alright, so we need 15, was it? 15 transformer upgrades. Which would effectively be the cost of 1,875 points. I mean, affordable, as far as this game is concerned. At this point in time. This routing for these things. Also, this hasn't moved. Where even is this? This is the northwest corner. That's the polar opposite corner of... Okay, I think I know where it is. I mean, obviously I know where it is, but... Oops, I didn't want to do that, but okay. Brave is down. Womp womp. Not very brave of it. Good one, Aiko. Alright, let's go. Very fitting, like, action-packed song for this journey. The radio tower's down. So here's something really funny. The biggest problem used to be the fuse boxes and the fuses breaking over and over again, and now they don't break at all. And instead, we are met with a worse fate. Okay? Now we have to deal with the radio tower constantly going down. And that's only a problem because I cannot send anyone... I cannot send anyone out. I don't think that's my daughter. I'm dead. Wait. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Bandage? 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 Food? Hold on. We can salvage this as we bleed out. Why don't you want the bandage? I'm very confused. What is that, man? Probably shouldn't have saved there if I'm gonna bleed out. Hello? One sec, chat. Oh, never mind. I was getting called, but it poofed. Hello? Are you gonna zap and kill me? What even are you? I'm too injured. Bandage! Oh, poofed. What's the point of having this bandage if it's not even gonna... I'm not even bleeding out anymore. I'm just hurt. I can't run. There we go. Alright, I know what we have to buy. At long last, I'm just gonna buy the digital map. Hello, give me 1 sec. Hold on. Dope, dope. Ads are ending in like 30 seconds. Just had to do something really quick, bruh. Dude, it's so hot today. Jesus Christ. Just another day. Just another day. What's up, Elite? At least the blood is outside of your base. So yeah, fortunately, when it rains in this game, it'll wash the blood away. It's oddly convenient. I'm trying to take advantage of this, like, burned away foliage and whatnot to, like, pinpoint potentially where Eerie is, but, dude, I think she's just gone. I don't know if it's, like, something to do with the version, if she despawned or if she teleported. Something just spawned in. Because we, like, super lagged. Bum 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 bum. What is that? Hello? What is this? Oh, that's my farm. I didn't even realize where I was, dude. Oh my god. I used to really like watching Summit1G, like a super OG streamer. Cause he has like very skater-esque lingo and, you know, I think he was a skater, but essentially it wasn't like idolizing, but like the same vibes. Though I never wanted to be a shooter player. I don't like shooters, I never really did. And, the other day he was reacting to, like, a video, like a birthday video. I was like, god damn, he's still streaming. He's like... He's about to turn 40, I think, next year now. I think he just turned 39. It's crazy. What was that, Kerfus? See the pic? Looks like is it the meme where he looks so tired? He is like one of the streamers who still goes for like... I'm talking like 13, 14 hours a day. He's still doing it. It's impressive, especially at that age, you know? I mean, I don't know. I do and I don't. I get so tired at like the 4 or 5 hour mark, and I also get hungry. I've just conditioned myself to be ready to eat at like 6 p.m. And we're about to reach 6 p.m. and I'm not even done with stream, and I'm getting hungry. I do be getting hungry. I think VR chat just drained me of like super long streams, because when I did VR chat, I did, you know, every day was like 8 to 10 hours. And I'm like, dude, that's just way too much time. You know, like... I also just don't have a lot of that free time anymore. I be ending stream and going right into... do my assignments. I'll eat my food and it's assignment time. This guy is still sick. What is his problem? The song's pretty good. If you guys keep harassing me, I'm gonna sell you. 3 hours. Yeah. No, it's pretty fair. I mean, with Voice of the Void, I can certainly go. We have been going, like, quite long hours, but... Oh! Yo, speaking of Evangelion... Let me see if I can get a picture of this guy before he blasts me and kills me. We don't actually have a picture of this thing. Curfus, you're gonna have to wait right here, bud. I cannot have you follow me to this. See if we can find it. Now with VR chat, I think my shortest stream was... Hold on, I need to lock in for a moment because this guy... If you get way too close, you just get laser... Server A6... Oh, it's in the base. You get uber lasered. I don't really know if I want to get uber lasered. Where are you, man? You had to be between the trees, man. Hello? Where are you? Oh, God. There he is. A little closer. Okay, if we get any closer, we'll die. So... I actually thought I already crossed the line. Bum 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 bum. Picture get. What's up, Sure Quan? You chasing me? It's just so loud. What's up, Sheer Quan? What's up, man? Dude, why weren't you there for Lethal Company, bro? It's like your favorite video game. You don't want to play Lethal Company? Reminds me of the old YouTube days, yeah. It started off as a pure meme. I think it was for like April Fool's Day, I'm not even kidding. Like 3 years ago. April Fool's Day, like 3 years ago. And... day after day, everyone in chat is like, dude, you forgot to hide it. I'm like, oh, I'll do it after stream the next time. 3 years later, I keep forgetting to remove it, so it just became like a stream meme. And we just keep it there now. Was anyone aware Community Wednesdays was back? Dude! I pinged the whole channel. It's not back. It's like back asterisk. Damn, look at this one. This one's like aggressive. What's up with this guy? Stop beeping. Stop it. Can't stop addicted to the shindig. Drop top so he's gonna win big. East Coast love is living in the West End. I mean, we pinpointed this exact location and there was like a something going on, but it doesn't move. I don't know what that is. I don't know. Alright, nap time. Nap time after we grab this. I know this is gonna sound weird, but I don't want to go under 5K. So, essentially... I'm trying to save up 1,600, or was it 1,800 something points. Okay. Certainly didn't want to do that. Because I don't know where the thing is now. No! It's all ruined! I'm just at work for community things. So yeah, very fair. We do end up starting at like 1:30. Something of the sort. Let's see if I can do a little bit of a... The problem is that I think there's an event that I don't entirely want to miss at like 8 a.m. and... What? 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 Stop! Why? Curvis, go patrol. I'm getting mad. I'm getting pissed off, Curvis. Nothing's even happening. Bro just doesn't want to sleep. We wake up at like 7:50, alright? Oh, brother. This is just like me in real life. Yeah, I'm gonna wake up at 7 a.m. Oh, I'm gonna lay down until 8. Oh, I'm gonna lay down to... Oh, I'm gonna... I don't even want to know what that was. Just then. Curfis? Okay. I'm not sure... What in the 7 hells? What? Did it land on my base? What was that? What? What happened? My car! What? That's great. They hijacked my car. God damn it, Kerfus. We can't have nice things, man. Can't get no sleep because of y'all. Y'all ain't gonna get no sleep because of me. I didn't get no sleep because of y'all. What the? Something actually blew up somewhere because... What is that noise? Am I crazy? Ugh! I hate these alerts! Why is it so loud? Wow. It's nice. Am I going crazy? Like, I hear something that's not... No, clearly I'm right. Hello? What? Well, whatever it was is gone. Dude, there's this noise. Like this... Like a weird buzzing. It's not my terminal. Are my headphones breaking or what? That would suck. Dude, I don't know why, but these headphones have like escalated in price like drastically. I bought them like for 200 bucks in 2019 or something. And they go for like 500 now. So if these ever break, I'm cooked. Which ones are they? The Sennheiser HD6... Yeah, the HD650s. I don't even know if they sell on Amazon anymore. I haven't really checked. $340? Okay, that's certainly a lot better than I saw last time. Because my friend was trying to buy a pair, because like they're perfect. I literally have no complaints. The only like bad thing is, I guess, it doesn't have like the greatest bass. So if you like bass in your sound or whatever, it doesn't have an impressive amount. The deal is 42% off? Damn. Well, now we can't calibrate because Sierra's down. They're nice. I love those headphones. I always tell people, man, like, you want good quality headphones for music listening? There you go. I want to try this dude out. These ones. I'm just curious. So do you have battery? Hold on. I don't see anything battery related. This is actually kind of sick. How do I turn? Oh. God damn, this is some very... Damn. Wasn't there like a... Remote keyboard. Allows control, security, and other equipment by using keyboard keys. Okay, we're gonna be minus 2,175. But I think it's well worth it. Alright, where do I want to go? Hold on. Let me pinpoint like a proper location. I think, let's go see what this is. So, for me... I'm facing the... So essentially it's... Okay. Towards this satellite, I think? No. That one, I think. Heavens are 380 on their official site. Okay, that's not as bad. I remember them being pretty expensive for a time. And I don't know if it's just they were having a shortage or whatever. Oh, this does have battery. Forgot, we're not gonna get the delivery. I have to go fix the radio tower for the 80th time. This is actually really convenient because most things will not despawn from drone footage. Is that it right there to the left? What is that? Oh, that's the cat girls. Okay, way further. But on the right track. Bro, Chill out with your noise. Is it like low-key end of the map or what? It's schmovin'. I think these controls would be a little bit better if I had the WASD. I need the deliveries. Alright, what are we looking at here, huh? What's going on? There's clearly something around here. A little more to the left. Somewhere down here, huh? I've never used the drone before, so this is pretty cool. Is it nearby? Further that way. What the hell? The table. I love the HD 650s. I think the day these break, I will cry forever. Let's keep in mind we need enough battery to fly back. Hello? What is this thing, man? To the right. Is that it? I think it's a deer. Is that what it is? A deer? It's a deer. This is so jank. We need the WASD upgrade. This little guy. You can't see them on your own camera or like in your own view. Whoa, what the hell? Whoa. Work in progress. They just despawn if you try to get close to them yourself. I had a picture in one of my previous playthroughs, but it's a while ago. Yeah, I mean this thing's cool because you can see things that'll normally despawn if you get too close. Kind of lousy battery life though, not gonna lie. There's the cat girls below us right there. Never seen this before? It's pretty dope. This is my first time using it. It's actually really fun. There's TR1. There's the... Wait, what is that? No, it's just the gravel pile. If you fly higher, it like kind of prevents some of the foliage from spawning as well. It's a lot easier to like just spot random things. Kind of dope. Although the bug textures make it look like stuff is moving around sometimes. Alright, you go pinpoint. I go fix the tower. Which is the sole reason I even, like, parked it up there, is because it'll just be easier to grab. More like less time to have to, like, land. What a mess. Seriously, the grass is dead. I'm glad my trees are still growing. Alright, one problem solved, another one becoming even more problematic. Damn radio towers. And I have like full fuses. Wait a second, I literally have full fuses. Why is it dying? Are they all dead already? Ain't no way, right? Oh. Damn. The radio tower's down. Yeah. It sure is. Let me see. Oh god, you're not gonna come back with my orders, man. Why? My table. Everything's in shambles. He didn't grab the signal. Very comedic, very funny. Let me guess. No spare fuse. And now you can't leave because you can't pinpoint how to leave. Oh, brother. Do we have any backups here? Oh no. Dude, you know what? I'm selling you. I've had enough. No! But it's infinite! No! Maybe we have enough scrap. Yeah, that's a big... Wait. We literally need one more electronic scrap. Oh. Oh man, thank you for the points. No. Yes. Yes. Kerfus, it's so... I can't see. What else did I need? Copper wire. How do I make a copper wire? How? How? I forgot all of the recipes. Scam call. Deny. How? Maybe it's electronic scrap and I'm wrong. In which case we don't... Wait, we might have enough, we might have enough. Welcome back, Joe, just in time. We're about to be kind of done, I think, to be honest. What? Deep down, I knew. I've been hungry for like 2 hours now, not even gonna lie. Copper wire! Yes! So much has happened. What? What am I missing? Is it maybe glass? Okay. You should eat? Yeah, you know. I only have 15% battery too. Today was quite the eventful day, I'm not even kidding. The only problem with this eventful day is that we still haven't found the daughter, and now we definitely won't in this thick fog. I've tried to pinpoint every single red dot. I am convinced she doesn't actually show up on the oh, nice. I got a drone. We got some sick pictures. My radio tower has been shutting off non-stop. The radio tower is the new, like, coordinate tower. Except it breaks way more frequently. And you can't sell the mannequins anymore. Pisses me off, man. Go quickly. We don't have time. It's gonna shut down again. We have 80 billion orders. Look, oh god. Fuse. Buy 5, quick. Hurry. You got ranked too? What meaning? Is that still the deer? Probably. How do you charge this dude? You got pranked too? Oh yeah, yeah. For the first time ever, I didn't get spooked by it. This is one of those instances where, like, you oh, here. Hurry! This is the wrong order, but thank you. Give me coffee. The final task. Operation Transformer upgrade. Yeah. Oh, my ATV. You know, it's seen better days. Alright, goodbye. Yeah, I don't know what happened to it. We heard an exploding noise while I was sleeping, and I wonder, I have a feeling that Kerfus walked into it somehow and broke it. Because what else would have done that much damage? Man, this is nice. I really hate, like... It'll be gone next playthrough. It'll be green again, which is fine. But... just... the immense... like, clear space, something, I don't know. Some stuff? Well, the dude guy cleaned it. Maybe he blew it up after. Maybe he didn't finish properly cleaning it. Maybe he put diesel in it. I really hope he didn't put diesel in there. It would explain why it blew up. No, it wouldn't. What is this upgrade? Oh yeah, my remote keyboard. Yay. Yeah, it wouldn't explode. Maximum. Damn, they're very loud. I'm convinced they're gonna blow up next. It's like, oh, congratulations, you upgraded it. Big bada boom. Man, Chad, I want sushi. But I know if I want sushi, then I would have to treat the whole family to sushi. If it was diesel and you put gasoline into it, then it would probably explode. Wait, why do I have 9 Transformer upgrades? We overdid it. I miscalculated somehow. I don't know why or how. You don't have that kind of muns? That's okay though, because we try to go to for sushi like once in a while. It's not a big deal. It's just all of the sushi places here are pretty pricey. But I think we're planning to go to a ramen place soon, TM. There's another thing that can definitely happen. I mean, they stole my ATV earlier. If that's what you mean. They did steal it at one point. Any Oilers want to buy Aiko family sushi? No, Oilers, please. Do not. Let's chill. Where'd they leave it? I mean, it reappeared. In the same spot later. So maybe it wasn't stolen, but it was like temporarily just gone. Dude, is this gonna blow up my Transformers? Surely not, right? They're just too loud. I feel like it makes me anxious. No, it's okay. I should be starting work soonish, TM, I hope. And then I will make it more frequent to go out and eat. Think it'd be cool. I say soon, TM, but then I found out there's like there's a week or 2 of training. And then there's like another week or 2 of something, and there's a lot, but whatever. Going out to eat when you have to save money. I mean, I do have to save money. First, I'm gonna save up enough to be able to pay off all the debt, and then we ball. So, you know, I'm not gonna start getting sushi dinner every week. For sure. I mean, that's bad for you anyway. You don't want to have that much sushi. Sushi. I don't like sushi anyways. I love sushi. I love sushi. Any like Japanese cuisine. I actually want to learn how to make like proper chicken katsu. But I want to do it to surprise everyone at home. And just like one day they show up and there's just a full chicken katsu meal. Okay. Let's see if this is scuffed or not. Right now, I'm kind of convinced the radio tower is going through its own hell. We really haven't been collecting much from here. But like, dude, we're stacked on everything. Oranges and... What kind of overkill? Katsu is the easiest to learn? Yeah. I wouldn't make it too overkill. I mean, I don't remember. I think I tried before. This is like in high school, though. My ex was really into like... I mean, she was Japanese, but she was really into Japanese cuisine. I think the ATV actually just made all of this fall. Come on. Come on. Think she just calls it cuisine? Yeah. How do I know if it's fully charged? I'm gonna assume it's fully charged. Because Kerfus is. This thing's kind of fun, actually. Excellent. All right. Ladies and gentlemen. My name's Aiko, and I'm fried. And not in the fun way, either. It's too hot. For my final trick... What's too hot? The room. I'm boiling in here. I mean, I could turn the AC on, but just haven't thought about doing that yet. Oh, how hot is it? There's no way. Maybe it's just my room then. It's only 15 degrees. That's my ideal temp. I think my room is just like burning up. Damn, this stuff activates so much faster now. Pog. Yeah, it's like my ideal temperature right there. $22. No, thank you. I'm good. Feel free to keep that over there. We still have to deal with this deer. Dude, look at this. This event is crazy. Thank God it's gone. The radio tower has been damaged. By what? What's it? Coordinate radar CR1 has been damaged. Well, that's the first time one of the CRs were damaged, so. Since we did this patch, so 2 whole stream days. Alright, 75%. Alright, ladies and gents. That'll do for John Aiko today. I'm gonna go eat some food. And I'll be back. Probably Monday. So, GG's. Thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate it. It's fun. Hope everyone has a good rest of their days, a good weekend. If you are weekending, I hope your weekend is good. We got Elite. Sending you over to Elite. What's up, Ramus? Goodbye, Ramus. He's playing Just Chatting. Everyone loves Just Chatting. I'm gonna get food. Big GG's. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your days. Have a good weekend. See you on Monday. I'll see you on Monday. If I don't see you on Monday, then I won't see you on Monday. You did not just get here. You have been here, all right? I don't even believe you. You've been here. Now go say hi to Elite. I'm out of here. GG's. Have a good weekend. Peace.